yummy! mic's a bit high. Good afternoon, stinkers. The time has come to make things right. How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. How's it going? I hope that your Mondays went well. Hope they didn't Monday too hard for you. Oh dear. I hope you guys are well. Tuesday, innit? Something like that, right? We have a plan for today. Well, kind of a plan. Well, a request, I suppose. But I'll say my hellos first, so. Hello, Rhino. Congratulations on being voiced. Hello, Succumbio. Hello, Caps. Hello, Temmie. Hello, Gem. Hello, Normanton. Hello, Trashcan. Hello, Sus Panda. Gem, thank you so much for the like. Hello, Jicon. Trashcan, thank you for the 270 stream streak. Hello, Ginger. Hello, Winter. How you guys doing? It's going well and good. Glad to hear. I'm okay. I'm just a little tired, as always. Just a little bit sleeper. A little bit sleeper. Today, we're probably going to be playing some Overwatch because, literally, Feint was like, can you stream Overwatch so I can get Winton? So, if you didn't know, if you gift a sub to someone who is streaming Overwatch, I don't know how long it's, like, how long it, you have to gift a sub, but, you get the Winton channel badge thing. So we're probably gonna play some Overwatch today. I'm not particularly great at Overwatch. I'm not the most comfortable streaming it because the Overwatch community is a bit weird, honestly. But that just means that the mods will have to work extra hard banning people today, I suppose. Hello, Joshy. Just take another nap? I haven't even had one nap. What do you mean another? Another week or two? It's a long event, I see. Winton. Yeah, so we're gonna be doing that. I've just been learning a load of new characters in Overwatch. Don't judge the gameplay, the way it work is diabolical. So yeah, probably gonna do some Overwatch. I don't know if I'll be playing solo or not. I have preemptively turned off chat and stuff for stream, so we won't see any fucking weirdos talking. Plus, it helps my mental, because when I see people are yappers in Overwatch, it pisses me off. Because it's like really shite patter. It's not even good, you know? So, yeah. We're gonna be doing that. That's all I have planned for today. Tomorrow is probably Wife Wednesday. Thursday we'll be doing Teardown with Phantomy. Friday will be the day off. Saturday, I'm thinking, do you guys want to do maybe Gazillionaire on Saturday? Thinking Gazillionaire this Saturday, then the Saturday after we can do like the Peak and the Hades crowd control. Don't know if we want to do those in one stream or in two. And of course, I'll arrange for I think for the tier list, it's gonna be a weekday thing. Good. Hello, Goat. How's it going? You got a meeting with my boss tonight, but could join after? Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I don't mind playing Overwatch solo, especially when I have all the chats off so no one can fucking yell at me. Hello, Sasa. How's it going? Backseating the Overwatch, you would be surprised. Like, how much the Overwatch community likes to focus on other people's gameplay rather than theirs, and it just pisses me off. I've never claimed to be good at Overwatch or decent in any capacity at any fucking shooter game. So I don't need people coming in here and telling me that, you know? I don't need that kind of condescending behavior, because then you'll call them out and it's just a joke, it's just banter. I hate people that use that excuse. You get caught out for being an asshole and you just go, it's just a joke. No one is laughing. At all. You know? Hello, Thorgrim. How's it going? But yeah, we're gonna do some of that today. I had a panic earlier, actually. Because I was doing some Overwatch, which was just some warm up. And while I was playing, I heard, because I had my window open, I heard a wasp come in. And the reason why I panic is because I know for a fact Ghost is such a curious little shit, he's gonna want to investigate. And I'm not incurring an expensive vet bill because of his curiosity. So, oh my god, I was like panicking. I drew the curtain back. I was like, Ghost, get away from there. And he's like, no, I don't wanna. And I looked at the wasp. This thing was fucking massive. This must have been the biggest wasp I've ever seen in my life. I know wasps generally are quite big, but this was fucking huge. So I was like fucking mid trying to fight and mid trying to fight an Overwatch, mid trying to fight Ghost into getting away from the wasp. Welcome in, Poggiest. How's it going? So yeah, there's that. The worst thing is my window has a lock on it. It's like it won't open a certain amount, and the certain amount that it opens is very, very small anyway. So how the fuck this thing managed to get in there in the first place is crazy. So yeah. I don't know. I don't want him to get stung. Obviously, it's not necessarily the end of the world if your animal, depending on its size, gets stung by something like that, but I know that I would go to the vet regardless, and I'd have to probably pay for some steroids to get the swelling down, and I'm not arsed with that. I'm really not arsed with that, so yeah. Pretty good, glad to hear. Could it have been a hornet? Maybe. Either way, I took so I have like an incense burner, but it's like a metal rod that is like standing up, and then you put the incense obviously in the rod, and it's kind of covered by glass. So for me, it's to stop Ghost messing with it. So I took that glass and I just popped it over the windowsill, and I'm like, all right, you fucker, threw it outside. Vet bills are bad. I had to take my cat B in because he got in a fight with an enormous rat like a dumbass. Yeah, vet bills are pricey. I have savings specifically for Ghost, in case something happens. And to be honest, I worry most of the time because I don't even know if, despite what I have saved, will be enough to cover any major operations or something. So we're just gonna hope that you stay out of trouble, you little shit. So, yeah. Hello, Lychee! Best of 2K on Lilo a few years ago. She attacked some birds, got her butt kicked. Oh my god, 2,000? Those birds must have really done a fucking number. The most I have had to spend on Ghost, honestly, isn't that bad. Probably just the individual visits when he was having his constipation issues, because they were like, because I basically had to pay like, was this like £60 a pop every time I went in to go and be like, hey, it's not fixed, these medications don't work, instead of a phone call of, oh, just give him some more, you know. I had to go in like on 3-4 separate occasions until they decided to give him an enema to kind of unblock him, and then he pooped everywhere, and then everything was fine. Hello, Matt V, how's it going? Really bad wound on her back leg, I see. The surgeries are the scariest, honestly. I had to look at the prices of certain things. I was like, oh my god. Holy shit. Right, a life hack that you can put a paper bag out the window. Wasps will think it's a nest and won't visit. Don't know how real it is, never had a chance to test it. Oh. I don't know if that's a good idea, because like I have a feeling the birds will just fucking go for it. No worries, Lychee. Thank you for the like. Best of luck with the rest of your work. But yeah, no, this is not the first time where like I think a bee or a wasp has like flown into my room and I've been panicking because I'm like, Ghost, don't you dare fucking touch that. Hello, Delta. How you doing? Don't you fucking dare even go near that. Cause you versus that little fucking bug then. Thank you for the lyric, Madfee. Hello, Longo. How you doing? Probably Ghost versus most animals will not work well. I don't think he's gonna win against many things, honestly. So... yeah. I love my son. He's great, but he's not a fighter. Where are you? He's currently laid in my desk drawer. He was laid on my arms earlier. He's gotten into the habit of doing that now. He will rest his entire, like, torso and legs over my left arm while I'm sat at the desk. At his size, would you need to go to the vet for wasp sting? I know most dogs are fine, but they're bigger. I don't even think even if he was like a bigger cat, I would still go. For all I know, he could be allergic or something, and there's no way of me knowing. I will always rather play it safe, especially when it comes to cats. Cats are very good at hiding when they have issues, because they don't want to seem weak to predators, I suppose. So it's never a risk that I'm willing to take. Hence why, you know, when he was constipated, I kept going back to the vet. Never, I will not take any risks when it comes to my boy. Saw a big ass crow today, but I didn't get a chance to introduce myself to it. Big as in like fat or tall? He's so sleepy. You're so sleepy. That was the slowest of blinks. He's either falling asleep or he kind of likes me. I'm seeing one right... Very large. I think he was a raven. Could have been well fed. Top of the food chain. But yeah, I hope you guys don't mind some Overman today. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll spice things up and I'll let you guys pick what heroes I play. Winton. Tracer? I can play Tracer. I don't like playing Tracer because Tracer as a character is very fucking annoying. But I used to play a bit of Tracer back in... so basically my Overwatch story is I actually took a big break from League of Legends, and when I was taking that break, I played Overwatch. And it was like when Overwatch basically came out. It was like, I think it was like season 1. Between season 1 and season 2 of Overwatch, I played it. Wasn't very good at it, but I played a lot of it. So, yeah. She's a Tracer main? No, I was like a Lucio and Diva main. But hello, Jinx. How's it going? Again. Delicate wings I used to weave. Hello, Ray. How you doing? My day is going okay. Maybe there's an undertow here. Or maybe this is stuck up in the air. I know it looks, but all that glitters ain't gold.
What kind of car does Captain Obvious drive? A Mazda or a Honda?
Thanks. Thank you for the 115 bits, Trash Can. I'm gonna ignore that message, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. The fattest migraine. I hope it disappears soon. Try and get some rest if you can. During around 2016, main Reaper and Doomfist when he came out. Oh no, I was not around for when Doomfist was released, I think. You gave me magical. I gave you wonderful. No, we'll see. Maybe for those of you that are intending to get the Winton badge, you guys can decide what champ I play, what hero I play for a round or something. Karas gotta work, well just take care of yourself. Apparently management has discussed additional compensation for the added responsibilities and authority. Their word, not mine, so maybe things won't be the worst. Good, don't accept fucking no for an answer. Is this Biffy Clyro? Yes it is. You gave me magical, I gave you wonderful. Invisible chord, or I'll starve you of what's understandable. This is biblical. I actually didn't like this when it first came out, and then it grew on me. One of those songs. Rest is that thing what happens when your body collapses. I want to go get some rest. I've been I still do my exercise, like my walk padding. Instead of playing games though, I usually watch anime. It means that I can walk faster. I can go at the faster speeds. And especially since I'm not streaming, I can go at the faster speeds because then I'm not, going on stream. The only problem is it does make me a little bit tired before stream. So I'm like, oh, maybe I should do it after stream, but I know for a fact that when stream is finished and I've clicked end stream and I'm sat in someone's chatting after I've just raided into them, I am not doing any exercise. I know it's like, but hell, you're just fucking sat at your desk. Like, the socializing is pretty fucking exhausting. It's pretty draining, okay? From victory over the sun for college music assessment. I think someone in my class, I don't know if they did. They were obsessed with Biffy Clyro though. I don't know if they performed anything like that though. Motivational anime soundtrack. The only reason I don't use music is because, see, when I'm watching the anime, I watch the intro and the ending as well, but I get the urge when I'm listening to the intro and the ending is I'll move up the speed, so I'm like walking / kind of jogging to the beat, because it's how fast it gets sometimes. The only issue with me doing that is the walk pad does not have any safety bars, so actually my balance is not very good. So yeah, if I fall, I will like really injure myself. Streaming can be very tiring, as fun and fulfilling as it is. Yeah, it can be. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's hard or make any comment like that that's gonna rage bait the fuck out of people. Streaming. Nurses don't even know what they're talking about. Streaming is much harder than being a nurse, I'm not gonna do that shit, but yeah. Hello Guns, how's it going? Christian, how you doing? And Penguin Club, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. It's fate. Clipping that out of context to get your ass. You do you. You do you. 40 job applications. They still messing you around at your work? Got an update on my outfit. It's looking pretty good. I can't believe we might actually get it this year. That's pretty cool. Bum, bum. We'll yap for a bit more and then I'll move over to Overwatch. They massively increased my workload and pretending to work while job applications. I mean, what's the piece of advice that I was given is that unless you're like completely satisfied, like you want to work that job for the rest of your life, always keep looking, never stop, even when you've got, you know, you've got a secure job, but it's not what you want to do. Always keep looking. React streamers complaining about how hard their job is will never get old. I don't understand the appeal of the 24/7 React Andy type shit. Personally, do not get me wrong, there is, you know, a handful of streamers that I watch, like the big wigs, that there are certain things I'm like, wow, I would, you know, I think it would be really fun to watch them see this video and see what their reaction is to it, but like not for 8 to 12 hour streams every single day. That's just kind of, you know, whatever. Yeah, but no, the streaming can be tiring, especially if you do like the events and stuff. I sit at my desk and play games all day, blah 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 blah. Gets a bit monotonous sometimes. But yeah, that's a conversation I can't be bothered having with people because they've already made up their mind. Staying at least a year is nice to the resume, maybe, I don't know. Just, I guess, depends on what you're doing, where you're doing it. The backbone of your content is using other people's content. That's just lazy. It should be possibly illegal. Oh my god, I remember a couple of years ago, I think it was all the the word transformative content being thrown around like something insane. Was it any of my business? I don't know, I tried doing kind of React-ish type shit when, you know, I obviously did it with You Laugh, You Lose, and there were some times when I was eating and I'm like, okay, let's watch something. I can't get used to it though. It makes me feel a bit weird. Also, it's a nightmare uploading those VODs. Because even though I have the VOD track on and you can't actually hear anything from the browser, they still get flagged. Just be careful bringing up names, please, Ray. All good, it happens. It happens. DBB. Aramata, streak away. I don't know what to talk about. I don't want to talk about anything negative or anything like that. But it's so easy to talk about negative things, though. You got so many, examples going on. Stare at us? I can do that. Maybe tired and cranky, I should not bring that here. I was very not feeling so well. I completely understand though. There's times where I've had to apologize to my friends because I'm like, I don't know, when I get tired and cranky, I just get so fucking... Alright, you can do that because I can't be bothered. I just get so... I turn into such an asshole, dude, and it's not even... It's not cool. Well, of course it's not cool, but... It's not an excuse for me. I hate being like, oh, I'm just tired. I'm just tired and a bit frustrated and stuff like that. Food is easy to talk about. I suppose so. I was loud. Speaking of food, I started watching an I know, just because I started watching an anime. The anime that I'm watching while I'm doing my workout, as you want to call it, is "'Tis Time for Torture, Princess." It's actually pretty fucking funny. Included my wheel, yeah, that's fine. We include the wheels now. It's no longer the fun. So this was an embarrassing slip. I'll make sure not to happen again. Please don't be so hard on yourself, Ray. Amazing name. It's fucking hilarious. Have you seen Delicious in the Dungeon? Delicious, is that Dungeon Messi? I can't remember the English name for it. That sounds incredibly fucking weebish of me. I'm sorry. Yeah, I watched the Dungeon Messi. Watched that when it came out. But no, "'Tis Time for Torture." It was actually incredibly wholesome and made me really hungry for the first few episodes. May I ask for one final thing? Anime watched it. I watch a lot of villainous isekai-like slop. See, a silent voice is the one I know the English for and not the Japanese. It just depends on the anime, you know? You like the anime? Wait, if you like that anime, there's the one, what is it called? It just started. I've got a bookmark, give me a second. I contribute to the isekai slop trend. I mean, you watch what you watch. What is it? Always a catch, the fish I missed was big. You might like that. I like a girl. On my list at the moment is I want to end this love game. The Invisible Man and his soon-to-be wife, Ramparts of Ice, and Pardon the Intrusion, I'm Home, and at least 90% of those are it's just slop. Hello, Galandir! How's it going? I like for the creator of Bleach, I don't know the name. Let me Google it. I don't know. Yoni Hal, that's me. movie results in fewer novel projects being done, which is where the guilt comes from, because I love the novel stuff too. I mean, I wouldn't, I don't think you can take the sole blame for this, Temmie. I'm upset. I don't even know how you would say it. For using a weird archaic kanji for no reason. It just felt like it. Burn the Witch? Oh, that sounds like a phenomenal... Oh. Oh, your fault? You've got the entire anime community on your shoulders. Witch Hat Atelier? That's one that I've heard is pretty enjoyed at the moment. I actually rewatched Overlord because I stopped watching Overlord after season 2. And I rewatched it, and now I watched season 3. I'm halfway through season 4. I just finished the movie. So I'm gonna watch the rest of season 4. Honestly, enjoying it. I don't know if it's because I matured emotionally or whatever, but I'm enjoying it. I don't know why. I hated season 2 a lot because the problem with me is I struggle when anime start introducing multiple POVs and they switch between them very frequently. I get very confused and it's very hard for me to follow them. So it's the reason why I haven't actually finished Log Horizon either. I might have to like rewatch that one from the start. Red Sea, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. Searchlight. Watching it ongoing style. There's some anime that I used to wait a lot before watching it, but it gets a little impossible now because spoilers everywhere. Spoilers. We didn't finish Apothecary. Please finish it. It's so good. I see a lot of myself in Mao Mao. The only difference is I actually really like Mao Mao. Such light. Such light. Watch you in the sky. Oh my god. Bro, why do we even yawn? I heard it's because something about oxygen, but I don't know if I believe that. Ugh. Mama is just a very likable character. I find it very hard to find main characters that I thoroughly enjoy. Mama is one of them though, because some of the things they do are don't make sense. Whereas, in fact, the whole holy shit, Norrington! Congrats on your win. Enjoy your gold. Mao Mao herself as a character is intended to be literally the logic giver, the applier of logic. So it's, you know, it's an empathy thing. Season 2 dips hard? You think so? I really enjoyed it. I suppose it doesn't have the same kind of, I don't know, as season 1, but I still really enjoyed it. I think it's because maybe, hear me out, without trying to spoil it as much as possible, and you can tell me off, bonk me, or whatever if I accidentally do. But I think it's probably to do with the fact that in season 1, There was a lot of things going on, but the connection was made at the end, if you catch my drift. But in season 2, it's a bit different because you kind of can make the connections, and it's a more of a very obvious what the plot is and where it's leading to, if that makes sense. I hope I explained that correctly. I don't think I did. I think it's just more season 1 was kind of more like stand of the week type shit. You know what I mean? When I say that, it's very, there's something different happening here, and but then and you're like, oh, this is cute. And then at the end you see how it all connects and you're like, what? But in season 2, it is much more just this. There's like a plot and you see where it's going. Like how Stand of the Week is supplemented Monster of the Week. I never heard Monster of the Week. I always heard Stand of the Week. That's why I use Stand of the Week. I suppose it's very true for like your old shonen or Mahou shoujo type shit. That's very much Tokyo Mew Mew's, which is like the first anime I watched. Tokyo Mew Mew, Mermaid Melody, Vampire Knight, those are my first anime. Special A, Maid-sama, Erlin Fairy, very nostalgic to me. Shugo Chara, oh my god, how could I forget Shugo Chara? That was a long-ass anime. That was Stand of the Week. Shugo Chara, it was Egg of the Week actually, but... Ikuto! My beloved. It predates anime? Your first was initial D? Yeah, I think you just aged yourself, buddy. By at least 60 years. Don't care much for where the plot is going. I'm not a fan of the male lead, Jinshi. That's fair. I like Jinshi. He's okay. But I like Mama more. I used to be the type of shoujo watcher that was like more interested all the time in the male lead. The thing is like, it has to be female lead perspective, but the male lead has to be like my favorite character, basically. Now I don't care so much. Thank you for the self-care check art. How's it going? The thing is I am pretty sure from what I've heard from the light novel readers is that Jinshi as a character starts picking up after season 2. I'm not aware like how true that is. Obviously, I can't vouch for it, but that's the kind of thing that I've heard. Just close your eyes and say goodnight. I don't know. I saw on Twitter a lot of the light novel readers were very excited to see how season 3 was gonna be made. Because they're like, oh, Jinshi, and I'm like, oh, what? Okay, cool. I also like seeing the memes about like how the Emperor lets Mao Mao do all that shit because... Well, actually, I can't really talk about it on stream, but... I'm okay that you're asking. Oh, my excitement is not dampened. It's okay. Not everyone is gonna like what I like. Mama has the most gremlin thoughts. She's a wee gremlin, isn't she? But she's so smart. And very caring as well. Say good night. Yeah. I just like how committed to the character like Mao Mao is. It's probably one of my biggest pet peeves in anime when main characters just do things and you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. Why would you do that? For plot. But that's not how the character would act, you know? Empress, some servant girls slapped the concubine. She have green hair. Yes. Okay, drop it and move on. Because the said green haired servant girl taught some concubines some very interesting techniques, and the emperor really likes them. I will probably give the light novels a go at some point. I will need to purchase them. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know, she's pretty cool. Took everything in me when I went to Glasgow that one time. There's like an anime shop. It took everything in me not to buy there's like a Mao Mao like figure thing, and I was like, I don't really collect figures. Figures aren't my thing, but it's Mao Mao. I think through a lot of Mao Mao's monologues as well, you're made very aware that, you know, historically, some of the shit she's saying is very true and real and would have happened. She knows her place. Despite, you know, us obviously looking at it from the third person perspective of, well, Emperor likes her, Jinchi likes her, you know, she's good, you know. But she is very well aware of, like, you know, doesn't matter. Things can just turn on its head in an instant. She's not just the protagonist, have her plot armor. Exactly. I mean, let's be real, she does kind of have a little bit of plot armor, but it's more like she's never aware of that. She's not necessarily, aside from a few instances, you know, recklessly doing a bunch of shit. She's very thinking of it, and yeah. Ghostblade, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah. It's not very typical heroine. Now, there's nothing wrong in what I'm saying, you know, if you enjoy this kind of thing, but it's refreshing to see that it's not just a very typical heroine that is gonna throw herself at everyone and everything and, you know, close her eyes and hope that she doesn't, you know, someone comes in to save her or something like that. No, it's more just, Mama was like, I could get my, what was it called? I could get waist chopped if I was caught doing something like this, you know? I need to not be caught doing this, so, yeah. You know? Very, yeah. Once again, I don't think I'm explaining it very well. How's it going, Ghostblade? Hello, Jaffe, how you doing? Taking a time over a spike, but yeah. Yeah. Hello, Pancake! How's it going? Yeah. As a character, I just appreciate people who make a character and have that character stick to that character. Now, there's nothing wrong with character development, and sometimes, you know, characters devolve as well. They become, not so great. And as long as it's done, when it's done well and it makes sense, then I'm all for it. And honestly, it's super entertaining to see. But I think a lot of people, it's just like some sort of weird self-insert shit, Potato morning. I would like to eat the potato. Oh, a jacket potato would go so fucking hard right now. With beans and cheese. Soup, not the soup! Yeah, I mean, you see in the anime itself, there's a lot of situations where it's like, oh, that person just is getting sent to death. Like, there's no way around that. That person's gonna get executed. That person's gonna, this is just how it is. So, Thank you for the 35 Sheep Street, Jaffe. Yeah, I can really appreciate a character that's written like that. I'm trying to think of other examples of anime I've watched, but it's that thing where you're like, let me think of examples where I had many of these, but actually, now when I'm trying to think of it and talk about it, I throw on every single anime I've ever watched ever. Balls. Her own father-lore? Oh, their interactions are so funny, though. That was such a sad... sorry, I will not spoil. Our favorite protagonist ever, if you have one? It might just be Mao Mao. I really like Mao Mao. What other anime I've watched where I've really enjoyed the protagonist? I don't think I... As I said, I've forgotten every single anime I've ever watched in my life. Apothecary Diaries had a very big impact on me. It's like one of my top 3 anime. By impact, I mean like it was such an enjoyable anime that it just instantly moved to top 3. Oh, does it have to be anime? It's gotta be The Chosen One. From Kung Pao. But Master! But Master! You said I was the chosen one! Oh god. Topical, because we just recently watched them. I think Jack Sparrow's a pretty cool, like, protagonist. The way that he is written. Well, written... however you want to say. The way that you can never really truly tell what side this guy is on embodies what I believe to be, a very popular view of what a pirate might be like. Whose side is he on? Is he gonna backstab this? Is he gonna backstab that? Is he gonna take it for himself? Is he gonna be selfish? Is he gonna be this and that? There's a lot in movie 3 that got cut, which involved a bit of explanation and stuff on Jack's backstory that I really wish more people had seen, because it explains so much. Freyren, I still haven't watched the new season yet. Hello Faint, how's it going? Is Winton your favorite protagonist? I think my favorite protagonists are just, it turns out to be the ones that are really well written. On the other side, it's why I dislike a lot of the isekai harem slop anime because the fucking main characters are insufferable. Honestly, the main characters and the side characters. The new season fully out? I'm not sure. I haven't watched a lick of it. Gustave from Claire Obscure is perfect. I love him so much. I can't really comment too much on that. I apologize. Hello, Sleepy. How's it going? That's the funny part of those anime. It's not funny. It's just painful. And annoying. What do you mean there's actual good anime that could be getting second seasons and third seasons, but it's not because what's actually taking up the slots and the popularity for some reason is this shit. The playtime to the horny. I don't even think that's a problem. Can I be real with you? I don't think like eroge or ecchi or whatever you want to fucking call it is even a big problem. It's just the way that it's portrayed. Take the very common example, right, of the whole situation where male main lead walks into bathroom without knocking for some reason, even though the door is shut and you can hear that the shower is on or there's someone in there, and oh no, there's a girl there and she's only in a towel or less or what? That shit is so annoying because it doesn't make sense that anyone in their right mind that has actually walked on this fucking earth would do something like that. And then it's the reaction after, especially if it is genuinely an accident. It's so annoying. I fucking hate. Hello, Talset. How's it going? I hate it so much. That's just like the example. That's the shit that it's very, very typical and it gets so boring because it just doesn't make sense. And it's okay for some things to not make sense. It's the whole idea behind, you know, fantasy and just creative media in general, but come on. People will see that and be like, yeah, that's a really good plot point. Have you looked at the 100 girlfriends who really, really, really love you? I would assume that you're joking, like when you made up those weird terms for Sea of Thieves stuff that didn't actually exist, but I don't think you are joking. I think that's actually an anime. Yeah, okay, right, Okay, yeah, I fucking knew it. Apparently it's legit good, or so I've heard. Mid? Well, it probably is good if Sleepy is saying it's mid. Our resident contrarian is actually saying it's mid, so it must be amazing. The anime title sounds like it's a joke. It's most likely real. Yeah, the lengths of the anime titles are getting quite big, aren't they? I wonder if it's some kind of social experiment. Prevails. Ow. Ghostblade, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. See, I don't mind things when they parody it either. However, I dislike Konosuba, which I know is intended to be a parody, but it really doesn't come off as being a parody. So plenty. Whoa, that's a coin to you. The protagonist actually tries to be a good boyfriend. The harem have friendly relationships with each other. I don't know. Hello, Goku. How you doing? Konosuba has a great story. I couldn't stand Konosuba. I gave it a go. I really couldn't deal with it. Although I will probably be watching more anime now, since that's what I'm doing on the walk pad. So maybe I will become more educated on, I mean, when we do Anidol and stuff. I remember really liking Konosuba. I don't actually remember it at all. Season 1 is dumb, it gets better afterwards. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. It does suck though when, like, that's just something you have to deal with in certain anime. Is like, oh, this isn't good, but if you get past this part. I mean, in general, any media, it's why I had a bit of a hard time with Final Fantasy XIV, because it's like, well, once you get past the main story quest, it's actually really good. And I'm like, well, why do I have to play, like, all that to get to the good part, you know? The only difference being is obviously they could probably fix that in Final Fantasy, in an anime that has already been released. I'm not so sure. So... Witch Hat Atelier. Yeah, we were talking about that one earlier as well. Dumb slap humor. Do like the old gag humor. Oh, Nichijou is fucking hilarious. I love Nichijou. Played through that all. I was told I had to play 40 hours of pre-patch before I got to the good part. I don't like when they always move the goalposts. The Office Season 1 is some confirmation something should be powered through. Listen, I haven't finished it. There's still some things that have to be powered through even like fucking 5 seasons later. Some of the cringe, I can't actually sit there and watch it. It's really difficult. Really, really difficult. I've not found a good Yuri romance yet. Yuri and Yaoi is not something I watch so much anymore. It is something I used to watch a lot more when I was younger. I've just been into the Otome slop. Fancy we have any at home? Trying to think of any that I can legitimately recommend that is kind of like, you think it would be slop at first, but actually it was really, really cool. I'm not sure. I'm blanking. If we talk about things like underrated anime, however, I do have one that literally just popped into my head, and I don't know if Ray, you said that you watched this one before, Gakugurashi? I don't know what the English is called for that one. That anime, it's very deceptive. It's really fucking good. It's so good. Black Clover. I never watched Black Clover, but I heard so many good things about it. This is what I mean. Maybe now that since I'm watching, I basically have the time to get through 4 episodes to get through my 10,000 steps. Maybe I can start catching up on a bunch of popular anime that I never actually watched, because it's not like, usually it's not really my thing. School Live, yeah, School Live is so good. You can't send us as voice actors. Do you watch like sub or voice actors? So I'm assuming both in sub and dub. You're watching through Daredevil Born Again Season 2, and Mole Shadow Lord uses Clone Wars art style, which I love. Black Clover good. You tried both, I see. Tell you one anime I did take the advice of. I watched the first season of Tokyo Ghoul and stopped. And never picked it up again. Apparently that was like the best course of action. Ray, hello! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders!
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Gallimar.
A cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome, Raiders. We haven't had a zoom in for a while. Hi! Thank you so much for the raid, Ray. I appreciate it. I hope you had a lovely time doing your art and stuff. Please do feel free to let us know what kind of stuff you were making. Sorry, my nose itched. Or don't. If you don't want to, that's completely fine as well. Don't feel any obligation to sit here and chat. As you know. You should know by now. Anyway, hello, anyone that is new here. My name's Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because the raid video does it for me. That's really it. We're gonna play Overwatch today because there's drops that people want, and yeah, I don't mind playing Overwatch too much. But at the moment we're talking about anime, like the weebs we are. Right, get out of my face. You guys fucking stink. Ooh. Oh, so it's basically fate that you watched it, Ray. Tokyo Ghoul's Heartbreak. Yeah, a lot of people seem to share this opinion. I am sorry. Maybe they will make a remaster of it. What was the problem with obviously without spoiling it too much in case I do eventually decide to pick it up? What was the problem? Was it not faithful to the manga or like... I'm glad you like the raid video. A personal piece for me and my wife, and an owlbear mission. Owlbear, I love owlbear. I love turning into an owlbear. Owlbears are OP. Yum, 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 yum. No longer allowed in another world. It cuts a lot of stuff, and as a result, it's just a mess. Grandma tastes the best. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I look forward to seeing it. That sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you guys were given your justice for what seems to be honestly some very interesting precipices. No worries, Ray. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lurk, and I hope you get plenty of good rest. Best of luck with your whole work situation. Ray Zero? I did not like Ray Zero. I could not finish Ray Zero. Ray Zero just made me mad. I've upset a lot of people by saying that I didn't like Ray Zero as well. I don't know. I fucking... Ugh. It would hit you as hard as the Okami 2 announcement? Damn. It gets extreme. Many anime shows are like fever dreams. You simply shouldn't look for any logic and just enjoy the ride. Me when I watch Pop Team Epic and wonder what the fuck is going on. Nothing on any. Gave ReZero 3 chances and the first 3 episodes always kill me. It's the same episode 3 times. Oh, Lord. A million drugs. Clavatus? I don't think I've ever heard of that one. I only Super popular? I'd never heard of it. Me when I click. Let go. Bring me back to life. On the outside, you're You know what enough people don't talk about actually? Made in Abyss. I haven't watched after the first season because I'm too scared. I'm too scared. Made in Abyss baited the ever living shit out of me. Invincible isn't something I've watched. Made in Abyss is not for the faint of heart. What do you think Made in Abyss is initially? I thought it was gonna be some sort of cute, wholesome adventure type shit. Hellsing Ultimate Spice and Wolf. I want to watch Spice and Wolf. Spice and Wolf got like a remake, didn't it? The protagonist is pretty good. Emphasis on how hot she is, which fair, but still, the other protagonist is an asshole. It seems to be a lot of someone's personal fetishes. That doesn't sound like an enjoyable anime. Do you look at the cover art and go, cute slice of life adventure? Yeah, what do you mean? Am I remembering the same cover art? Well, not slice of life. It just looked like cute adventure. It's just two goobers. And then there was like this cute rabbit character I saw. And I was like, oh, this looks really cute. Holy shit! Leaguer doing a ranked reset. They're actually doing it. Holy shit. For the Apex rank, so Masters Plus. Made in Abyss, gosh, these animes are so cute. I hope nothing bad happens. The news is so good. I was sad when they ended the original because the manga was finished. I'll have to give it a watch. Do you recommend watching the original as well? Because for me personally, Fruits Basket got a remake, but I wouldn't recommend anyone to watch the original. The original felt so unfulfilling. Very similar. I think Fruits Basket, the original Fruits Basket, suffered similar to Tokyo Ghoul in the way that there was a lot of things that were, you know, taken away from the manga or whatnot. It's a hard reset. No, Spice and Wolf is definitely on my list. It looked really cute. It was on my list before the remake, so... I'm not really, I've never really been interested in watching dubs, I will not lie to you. I have heard that there are some anime out there where the dub is, like, insane, like, amazing, but, I've always been a sub-watcher. I received a company phone, typed in still Uma Musume in it. What are we waiting for right now? We're just chatting. That's all. I was just about to say, maybe we can probably play some Overwatch now. Do some Overwatching. Hello, Chris. How's it going? Hey, Ghost. You only watch Dragon Ball and dub? I mean, I guess technically Pokemon, but it's not something I actively watch, you know? Pokemon Croatian dub fire. You guys got a Croatian dub for Pokemon? I'm gonna put my controller on. I don't play with controller, but I think it would be funny. Funny prank. Lord of Mysteries? What's Lord of Mysteries? It's all over the place. I thought about watching Pokemon like from start to finish, including all of the movies. But I have a feeling it would genuinely be quite a pain to find where to watch that consistently. Over the game. Chinese thriller anime? Thriller anime. There's not really many thriller anime that I was ever into. Another was good if you count that as thriller. I enjoyed Black Butler as well. Again, if you counted that as thriller. Do we have anything cool in my shop? This fucking highlight intro has been in here for the past 5 days. Go away. Fucking Maugi, bro. I got 3 Bastion skins. What is this? I got like so many skins actually. Like holy shit. Thank you for the lurk, Foggy. Hello, Clarinets. How's it going? Pokemon TV, I see. Alright. My game should be set to Overwatch, so I don't know if now it will, if it will count. But yeah, if you gift a sub, you'll get the Winton thing. Wait, no, I should invite people first. Finally got a haircut? I need a haircut. Fane, does Sikrissa want to join? 2 years since your last haircut. I just need my bangs cut. Oh, God. Welcome in, status there. How's it going? Juno was the last. I was playing Juno for the first time. Like last game, I got absolutely terrorized. They were not a big fan of the Juno pick. It doesn't help that I was trying out Emery as well. So I went from Emery and then played a game on Juno, and I was like, oh, they both have kind of burst fire, but actually, like, I was so used to Emery's burst fire being a lot faster that when I was trying to shoot with Juno, I was like, holy shit, this is so slow. I like her mythic skin. Her mythic skin is very cute. Sick. Been about 2 months for you? Realistically speaking, if I wanted to keep on top of my bangs, it would have to be every probably 3 weeks. I would have to get them trimmed. It's a bit shitty that even in a full pre-made, you only get the bonus XP on support or healer. I suppose you could pick Phil and still get maybe XP on damage, I'm not sure. Hello, Ghost. Hi. Bum, bum. Na, na. Hello.
Hello.
Wait, oh, okay, no, it fixed. Oh, oh no. Wait, I think Winter's on Phil. I was gonna say, are you ready to be the only person playing tank?
I put only tank.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Ready to be the only person playing tank?
And look, Winter had everyone else has other stuff. I'm just like, just put the tank in the bag. I'll do it.
Because you hate Winter and you think that if he picks tank, then we're losing.
Yeah, everyone has all. Yeah. Everyone.
No,
keeps
Winter has
roles.
all. Widowmaker time? No.
Also, Winter, fuck you.
Wait, what?
Wait, I just...
You just
Celestial Juno is in my shop.
Yeah, she's in my shop today too.
It has to be your fault. It has to be your fault. No one else has the power.
Okay, so whose fault is defense? Whose fault is it that that I've had this Maugi highlight intro in my shop for the past 5 days straight?
I also had it for the past week. But I got the goated Genji voice line, so I'm happy.
I'm sorry in advance. I'm not a great Emery, but I'm playing him.
Okay.
The fan.
He's cute.
Yeah, I like Emery. I would.
Samantha.
Good talk, guys.
I'm getting everyone to level 5. I got all tanks and all supports to level 5.
Or your loot box maxing.
Yeah.
I haven't opened one forever. I should be doing that too, honestly.
And I got my 3rd legendary May skin. I'm so
Damn,
happy.
paying people like fucking...
Did you get made to level 5?
No, she'll be the last one.
I have integrity. I value not playing certain characters more than getting loot boxes.
The latest damage that I got
40
below 5
degrees
was
Celsius.
Torbjorn.
Life Weaver.
And Torbjorn is so fucking fun.
I keep getting
I don't know
clips
if I agree with
of Torbjorn like running up to like Reinhardt's and he goes like he presses his E
Oh, they have
and
a Reinhardt.
Reinhardt can't catch him and it's really funny watching it.
Reinhardt, oh, Freya, conquered in my mission, say less. Oh, I took a fire strike to the ass.
Same. Ah! She's
Freya's on the left.
fucking flanking us.
Maximum velocity!
She's dead.
Well, I tried to save you.
I did not notice they had a widow. My bad.
They no longer have a widow. Who the fuck? Get the
Can't
fuck
heal you.
out of here!
Thanks, I healed you.
Woo.
Oh, all me.
Thank you. My fucking life flashed before my eyes. Widow is being mean.
I was gonna say, if you keep eating widow bullets, I cannot save you.
And oh, she's in the fucking.
This guy's insane. I respect it.
Yeah, he keeps diving like this.
Widow, fuck off! She's over there in that bush.
I didn't see her. What is this sweaty spot?
She fucking got the ult again. Dude, I swear, whenever someone else plays Emre... No! Whenever someone else plays Emre, they'd have ulted like 6 times by now.
Maybe
I am
help
someone
if you
else.
didn't walk hard then.
Wait, Reinhardt fell somewhere.
Yeah, he pushed me off, and I almost lived, but I died. Shit.
I see. Honestly, not played this map a lot. Oh.
But it's very good. In that.
Shut her! Yeah.
I don't know what perk you're supposed to go on this guy. I always go the slow one though. I need to turn those down.
I always like the slow one.
I realized how loud
just
it
getting-
was.
I'm just getting sent back to lobby non-stop. Fucking not lobby, spawn.
I thought someone was with me when I went in.
I got fucking Freya.
Yeah, she had her ult again.
Alright, yeah, the shields don't block that.
Oh, and Ryan stunned me during my ult, so I didn't even get mine.
Widow here. Widow here. On the flank.
I'm so dog shit.
There's a Juno behind us.
Go away! It's Ryan. Hello, Evo. How's it going?
Fucking Widow behind us as well.
Yeah, there is. That's what I was looking for, and I found Juno.
What here?
I'm just gonna
She's up
grab
there.
her out somewhere. Yeah, right here.
Dude, again? Go away.
fucking okay. 2 fire strikes to the fucking face.
Oh, she's rezzing the Juno.
Fucking
I just
damage
killed.
she's done. Holy shit. Crazy.
Fuck. Nice. Nice. Punish them. Punish that Juno for her hubris. Allow me to continue having one.
Oh my god. Thank you. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my fucking god.
Dude, she keeps hitting you with the hand.
Skill issue on my part.
Get out of here, bro.
She didn't learn that from search and rescue.
I gotta loosen a widow. Can't hit.
Oh, they switched.
I mean, that's good. She genuinely didn't hit me once.
No, both of them. Freya switched as well.
Oh no.
Oh, Shangra! Of course it is.
Oh. Someone's behind.
Alright. Fuck. And
Yeah, there
Genji.
is a B2B.
Juno as well, apparently.
There is someone behind. That is a very astute observation. Someone was in fact behind.
Teleport. Meow.
Yep. Get out of here, Mercy.
Umbra? Oh, what the fuck was that?
Oh, now he swapped. That's crazy. Seems a little late.
But I have a laser. And that
Cool.
means you're useless.
I don't know why Freya swapped. Freya was being an absolute menace.
Agreed, yeah, Freya, I thought was doing fine.
I mean, he probably swapped
there we
to
go.
Junkrat to get to the point faster.
That's valid. No,
That's-
I feel like Freya has better movement than Junkrat, though.
No, if you land a good the mine, it pops you up like you travel across the entire map.
Yeah,
That's what people.
fair.
I saw that people.
What is a fucking Rhine skin? Ew.
It's
It's
the
the
mythic.
mythic one.
Looks like a Stretch Armstrong.
2 years
Take
of
off the armor.
Snowy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Happy 2 years. How's it going? Thank you, thank you.
I've seen like in higher elo when there's like need for a touch in overtime, one of the damages usually swaps to Tracer, so they can just get there.
Oh, I've done that. Tracer, Sombra. It's
Yeah,
Overwatch,
Sombra.
it is Overwatch. Dude, this fucking Emery skin is disgusting.
Which one?
The Sakura
Oh,
one.
his Sakura one? Yeah, it's crazy how
Yeah.
Judo's is amazing and then... yeah.
Genji's is also pretty good. There are better. Of
I
course,
like
but it's
I like
bad.
I like Juno's mythic. It makes me wanna play Juno.
That's why I bought the Mythic.
Mythic or mythic weapon?
I was gonna say
Oh,
mythic.
the weapon, sorry. No, I don't like her skin, actually.
I don't give a shit about the weapon. I like Anna's weapon because it has the spin and it's very satisfying.
Oh, healer again, okay. You did get tank at one
I
of these
have to-
games. Did you only pick tank?
No, yeah, go only
okay.
pick tank. I picked healer damage, so you might get damage at some point.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'll put it all on the line.
I'm gonna turn that on a wee bit too much.
Quite mild compared to the ice caps back home.
That iris stuff freaks me out. At least the spirits can't follow me here. Can they? Keep up the good fight. It's worth it.
You guys can let me know if the sound isn't great. Doomfist.
Having that
Doomfist.
voice line.
Oh.
What music are you having on the stream, Hell?
Right now I'm listening to
Doomfist
Power
ear
Wolf.
match. That's crazy.
Oh,
Or is it a hazard?
No, because Krista said she
No, it
likes
is
the
fucking
music
Doomfist.
choice.
Yeah, it's Power Wolf.
I can't believe it. Yeah, 'cause especially with Doomfist.
Fuck, I got hindered.
Oh, good.
How do I play this guy?
Oh, he came from the side. Sorry, Cassidy.
Can we remove Sierra from the game, pretty please?
Oh my god, he's so low.
Kill that. Kill this bitch.
She's super low. I don't like Sierra. Sierra's just fucking broken, dude. I need someone to explain to me. Like, I know I'm, like, Overwatch noob. But explain to me how nerfing the ultimate, like, charge or whatever. And then increasing the damage so she will just get the charge fast anyway. Explain how that makes sense.
Explain me this. Doesn't make sense.
Explain me this, Batman.
I won't back down.
The
You
beast
and,
was stunned.
and fucking cowboy are behind, most likely. Yeah.
Grigor.
Doom's gonna kill me.
Oh
my God.
angels. Oh, what the fuck?
Look alive!
Out of here.
Punished.
That's more like it.
I have loads. I'm gonna die though. No! Cut that. The greatest song in the world. I can switch after ult. I'll switch to Bastion.
I'll adapt.
I think I should be the one switching, but I have ult now, so...
Does she have like a heal in her kit?
If she takes a perk, yes.
Yeah, Sierra, yeah. She, it's the drone can have hold a heal for her. I think it's kind of bad, but they can.
Most people don't take it, but yeah.
God, we can kill anything anyway. I'm gonna switch to Bastion. This Doomfist is annoying. Hello Igor, how's it going? Cat Bastion combo? I've been playing a lot of Cat. I like playing Cat.
A nice one.
She's so low, man.
Don't care. That doesn't cancel? Are you fucking kidding me? But everyone else's ult in the game cancels?
You can cancel
make
her,
sense.
it's just that she's extremely fucking fast.
held it this entire time. Just fucking jump down on it.
Well, got the
That's that.
got the payload there. I'm okay, thank you for
Nice.
asking. Where is he? I'm gonna melt them.
Oh my
Hit the thing though.
What are you doing?
Oh, Rix.
Hi, dumbass. Hey, we're looking around and behind them at all. Nice.
Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah.
My triple.
Good job. Wow. So happy for you.
I was just making sure. I was afraid that I wouldn't kill them. Nice.
No, I did. Oh, you took the rapid fire on your gun? What's wrong with you?
Oh, is it like you're supposed to go the triple jump? Because that's the one I go. Or I went.
Triple jumps. I like triple jump at least. I don't. The DPS difference between the rapid gun and the other, it's like 28. It's like not even. It's barely noticeable.
Yeah.
Whereas
like
triple jump,
stat-
you can get some
stat-
real scum shit.
Stat wise, triple jump is better.
Oh, they have a bastion now too.
But yeah, the stat wise for the burst from the rapid fire gun or whatever, it's not really worth it. I don't think. Like, it's not really noticeable. Like, I mean, you can look at her numbers right now compared to mine. I mean, yeah, she's doing a lot more damage than I am, but like, she's probably shooting goat a lot.
Everyone's shooting me alone.
Yeah, you know, it's not really a, I don't know, not a comparison. Whereas with the angles you can take the triple jump, it's like, you can just do some silly stuff. Okay, goodbye. I leave.
Surrender to my will.
Where's the payload stopped?
I could not. The sustained bastion fire was a pretty much.
Oh, that hit me. Okay. That was insane. The splash on the fucking Ilari ult is crazy.
It is, yeah. Oh shit. Fuck.
Hello?
Oh,
Damn, Juno.
Hello.
Link is behind.
Never punished.
Oh no, that. I didn't have any utility to get out of that. what's up, but I don't think so. I tried.
My bad.
Unlucky.
But the
Dude.
Sebastian.
Playing any tank, honestly, into Sierra feels miserable.
Yeah, people are saying that.
Yeah, I don't like Sierra.
Don't get me wrong. The ult,
Like,
like extra 30% was deserved. Sierra's ult should not be cheaper than a blade. It should not, in any world. Or like be only 300 points more expensive than a tracer bomb. When a Sierra ult can wipe the entire team out. Like,
But
it
this
just
is what I mean.
shouldn't-
I don't understand what, like, the cooldown thing on the on the ult, but then increase, like, buffing everything else, which would help her get the ult faster. I don't get it.
No, it's just that it's a lot of damage. That 2 extra damage per hit is a lot. People are using the argument of that, oh, like her rifle is very inaccurate at the start. But I saw the wind up. It's nothing. The wind up for you to actually get like very like precise with the rifle is nothing, especially with the minor perk.
Hmm.
It's
It's
legit.
not even that. It's just when she sticks that little tag on you, and if you
Yeah.
can't move out of it, your health bar vanishes.
Yeah.
I had no way to get out of her ult there at the end. If I did, I would have been fine, but like, I can't, so I just die.
Not only that, people are really complaining about her ult. Basically, if you're a tank with no mobility, like, I don't know, Doomfist or maybe Morga or someone like that, if she ults you, you are dead. There's no saving you. Like, nothing can save you. Like, you're just dead.
Use Doomfist and Morga as examples.
Welcome back,
of tanks with
Lychee.
mobility.
How's it going?
With mobility.
Oh, okay.
I said, like, unless you're a tank with mobility that can, like,
Alright.
dash out of her ult when she throws it.
Oh, there we go. I'm a healer.
Perfect, I
Oh.
control. Oh, this is a bad map for Widow, actually, I think so.
Lisa Scooby is back. I'm glad.
Being told.
You managed to fix the problem. Look at the penguins. Penguin.
I died. Wait, I got this banger voice line for Genji.
Helping those in need is its own
Wait.
reward.
Still putting it for sale. You're selling your Scooby?
Wait, I'll place the teleport. Eh.
Right,
But I guess a cat-
add it again.
I guess a cat doesn't need it.
No, of course I don't.
But you just need
I
it
got a
either.
Bastion and a Ramatra and a Kiriko. No.
Bastion. Run.
Yeah, I killed her Mata.
Bastion. Missed every bullet on Kiriko. And GL. Literally, I just need to hit Kiriko once. Okay, I suck. Can't fucking hit Kiriko to save my life, dude. She's so low.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Hopefully in the future you'll be able to get one that's a bit more reliable.
Wait, no, I'm hitting him.
Oh,
No, they're too focused on me.
Ramatra.
Punching my turrets!
Like swatting them like mosquitoes.
It's really funny.
Well, they're back up now.
I'm not here.
Also, let's try to get a flanky.
I will take my play of the game. Thank you very much.
Damn, they saw me coming.
I deserve that.
Have they just made it so I just can't? Okay, it just means I can't
Oh,
climb
thank
some
you!
surfaces on this map.
It's icy and your hands are cold. Oh, what the fucking lag was that?
Oh no, I can climb it. Oh, but I can't stand on top of it. Ah, that's it.
You do not win this.
Here.
I'm so sorry.
Winter.
Died.
Winter.
Oh. What?
There you go.
Oh, he's... Thanks.
Monkey!
Yeah,
Well-
it doesn't let me stand on top of it. It knocks me
Well,
off.
no, that wasn't the intention with that.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
I can't fucking heal you!
OG scatter kills them all there. Just saying.
I have the scatter.
Okay, that was a really
No, OG
random fucking
scatter
ult.
kills them all there.
Oh, yeah, well, of course it does. You scatter kills everything.
Ouch. Mappy.
The whole idea was to lift you up so you could start hitting people with your arrows and you have like the big advantage. Not climb the
fault,
fucking
I-
ice thing that you know that you can't climb because we just had the whole conversation. They added Yumi to Overwatch? Yeah.
Okay, fuck. Nice.
Never die.
Nope. You know what they need to do for the fucking Bastion was aiming at me. Yeah, they need to do for the next year Underwatches. They need to make it so that I can pick up like 7 people.
Well, in Stadium, you can pick up 2.
Yeah,
That's great. Stadium is like the Wild West.
Supposedly, they're adding like characters slowly into Stadium. They added Ramatra this season, and supposedly he's fucking insane.
Yeah.
They're adding Jetpack at mid-season.
Bro, fuck your teleport.
Well, I cannot fly.
I was giving you guys the option, but one of you fucking leaped out. The other one decided to use their teleport.
and she hates me, so, you know. Icarus! Icarus!
Lost this out. The sweating gun ran for like 7 minutes.
Take everything from them.
That's spot on.
Hi, thank you. Son. Ah, no thank you. Ah.
Oh, he's tank. Tank. That's a very great decision against.
Interesting.
Out of here, Mario. Don't fucking push. You died when I allowed you to die, and that's not now, that's for sure.
Ow.
Get out of here, Kiriko.
Okay.
And I guess Moira.
I have ult. I can probably dangle someone into your ult, Winter.
Okay. Bastion took the fucking missile thing.
Yeah.
Nice.
He's gonna go heal. Hello, Drew. How's it going? Can't move for cat hero?
Oh, I
No.
pushed it.
Oh shit.
Everyone is suffering.
Correct.
Fuck.
Jeez.
The fucking bomb got me. Okay.
All of them live.
Didn't even get
Wow.
anyone.
No!
I missed.
So much data in this eco watch point. I get the shivers just thinking about it.
I will not leave a broken world behind. Five, four, three, two, one. Round good. Capture the objective. Forget what happened in the past. We just have to win here.
I got Ramonta.
I've got you. Getting drowsy.
He's so low.
You're welcome.
Minor perk unlocked.
Thank you. She's like, I can't keep up with her. My DPI is not high enough.
And that is so low. Nice.
I don't know why my sleep didn't kill her. Danger close. Moira is a very skilled hero, isn't she?
The end.
Yes.
Yeah, super. Why hit someone in the head then? Oh, run! She knew I was gonna flank her. Get fucked. I'm dead here because I'm burdened. Oh, I'm still alive.
Fucking Bastion has love for
Ramonta is
me.
alive.
fucking. I just think I watched goats play the game.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
I think that's gonna be your master goal.
Come here to get healed. I'll keep you up.
Thanks for self-catch, Art. Oh.
Ramata, this side.
Oh, he's fine. Yeah, I was trying to flank them with that, and then just whiffed, my fault.
Careful, the Moira is behind.
My laser is better.
It's true. As he has.
Go, monkey!
Oh. He hit me with a rocket while I was mid-flight.
Okay, sick. Hello, Bagels. How's it going?
Nice.
Ordering milk? Why milk? Winter?
Winter?
Is that 2 headshots you did? That was the
It
skin.
might be. Yeah, that was the skin. Yeah, it's right here. He's right. Yep.
I mean, okay, but I'm not sure if it was a 4K or a 5K on the first map.
But he hit 2 headshots.
Wow.
That's genuinely
That's
hilarious.
Crazy.
That's fair enough. Wow, he just got roboted on.
Sorry, I voted for him because, you know, he's right there.
What?
So is everyone else!
Yeah, I thought it'd be funny to vote for the Bastion.
Should we mash up
Beat
our
this guy
Winter?
up. That's not bad, but I like my idea better.
Report.
If we could do both.
Gameplay sabotage.
Racism.
Grief. Not blocking team progress. All of the above, actually.
You just clip one of the times Winter has called you like Bulgarian in my stream. Send it to them. Have you guys seen that the fucking fairy emotes that you can get for people?
What?
They genuinely look so silly.
Oh, like the ones where they move?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen one of them.
I'm fine with anything that isn't fucking Midtown. I'm sick of playing that map.
Welcome to reality.
They're attacking.
Reading, Rialpo, attack.
Sorry in advance. I'm a fucking horrific Juno.
Don't worry, I'm a horrific Baptiste, so.
Oh, good. Another freak from space.
That is very unkind.
The freak from space? What the fuck, Reaper?
You just call me.
Wait, what did I couldn't fucking hear what she was saying?
She called the Reaper whippersnapper.
He called her a mood freak. So.
Oh,
I got
Someone
my
just
brain
got domed.
splattered across the wall.
So they have a widow fun fact.
Really?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
Oh my god. Can't believe she can yank me at that angle.
oh shit.
How does all those headshots the widow do that?
Something is
No
telling
damage?
me we're not moving from spawn.
I mean, worst case scenario, I'll probably swap or something.
Playing Juno the opposite in how she's meant to be played, hiding from this fucking Ortho. Don't bite me!
Shit, Widow is dead.
Fuck. Okay, he's flanking.
Widow swapped.
No! Screw the hell. I was trying to keep her alive.
Okay, I've got them.
Oh, right.
I can't believe she looked.
I can't believe.
They have
yeah,
an Lari?
they have life.
Maybe someone swapped?
Oh no.
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
someone
they
does
might have
swap
swapped to
with it.
Lari, yeah.
Sorry, I had to back off. I had the auto aim on me.
Ah, Moira went out of range.
That's crazy.
Why is Junker Queen here?
This ends now. Welcome to orbit.
Shit, that's gonna kill me when let them get out. Actually, I could have just crouched jumped. Fuck.
The fucking disrespect on this Moira, she just ignored me. Should probably heal you.
You have a Lucio now? Like up here skating.
Yes.
Dude,
They do.
Lucio now. Guy's almost dead, die. Okay.
Nice.
He's low.
I haven't heard you ult once.
Who, me? I ulted once. I ulted earlier.
No.
Killed the, like...
Go.
I mean, we're doing just fine now then.
Yeah, but Malgi's ult is like my favorite to listen to. Oh well, I suppose it doesn't matter. He's not on the enemy team.
Yeah, exactly. That's perfect. Here I go.
Can't.
What does he say again? Yeah, they're like Kiki.
They say
my.
we Kiki!
Yeah, that.
Did you voice Maugi?
Yes, actually.
What is this fucking Baptiste fucking what?
Yo, me again? What did I do? Again.
Why is your Baptiste actually decked
it's what I
out though?
said. Oh, I love this map.
Bro is a
Wait.
pirate legend.
All I did was kill Lifeweaver, literally.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Wait, that Lucio skin's pretty cool. So is this Lifeweaver skin actually? What the fuck? Everyone's dripped out and then there's this fucking Reaper.
Hey. Well, I am the winner, so
We
Yes,
are
now
the
I'm dripped out.
winners.
We are.
Yeah, there's an actual
What a-
song in Eurovision, did you know? And we're just singing that. We are the winners. Of Eurovision. Man, thank you for the gift. It's up to Sakrissa. Thank you very much for that. Enjoy your fucking Winton. Winton. Come on, let us see it. Type in the chat.
Just gotta put it on first, probably.
I kind of want. the plushie
Winton!
to
Look at him!
play stuff.
Winton. Dude, I might get that one. It looks cute. I might get it.
He's so silly.
He is so silly. Winton. But I like my hunt one.
but
Should get everyone
Winton,
in one
Decisions.
batch.
Winton. Yeah, I know. That would be sick.
I think we should go for a Surawasa
Should not, but
round.
Okay.
No, I'm joking, Go round.
Okay.
Okay, landslide.
I hate Surawasa.
Flash
Look at another flashpoint! I hate Flashpoint. Flashpoint's like so much.
This one is not that bad.
I can't believe Ryan is your highest leveled hero. I feel like I always see you on your on like Ramatra.
It's well, no, it's actually Ryan because there's the most amount of games where I'll be like, I don't know what to pick. I just pick Ryan, I guess. Just it's always been right.
Holy Mozart.
Doesn't work
games
with
I'll pick May.
with Juno.
Ashimada Empire.
Why'd you sound like you sound like like someone plot one of these days. One of these days I'm gonna pick May. And then they'll
Because
see, oh, it's
it'll
probably
be torturing
Twitch.
all of us.
Shimada Empire.
Yeah, they have a chance.
Oh,
Oh, and there's a Doomfist next to me. That's crazy. Didn't see that guy. Dude, he's killing me, go!
Doomfish is fucking go play the game.
we all blame Gold for this.
I mean, yeah, I guess I saw the Ant-Man on the right there with like, the rest of their team, so.
I didn't see anything, so I saw a Cassie. That's exactly my conservation.
Careful. Careful
Each
with
other.
the there's Doomfist around.
Well, I killed his healer at least. Help me! Save me! Doomfist! Thank you!
Trying!
How did that?
Dude, he's just focusing.
I want to stuff. Cassidy.
Huh?
This
I don't want
Doomfist
to talk
hates
about
me.
what happened between me and Cassidy just now.
Why not? Talk about it. What happened?
Oh, that was bad.
I am still here.
Come here.
Enemy over here.
No, he's going for me again. Stop! Look at my tank.
They're killing your tank.
Or they killed me too.
He landed on me.
I am breathing.
We must strike them down.
Cramped up, bro.
Oh, that's where he was. Guys, I'm switching. I can't play Juno into this guy.
I kept shooting him and I missed.
He's getting slept and anti-healed until he gets bullied off of Doomfist.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Yeah, good try, good try. 8 flashpoint, 8 flashpoint.
Flashpoint.
I think this point here is a bit too closed for me.
Oh, he's here already, dude.
Something more open, like this.
Hey, bye. Handed this girl right.
Oh. That one-shot me?
You mean if you're in the center, probably will.
I wasn't in the center.
Fuck.
This is not.
It's very weird. It one-shot me last game as well.
Li Wan Kuanglan.
Fucking turrets killed their Wu Yang.
Yeah, I saw it. Does he know?
Hello, Melvin. How's it going? There's like a... someone around on our left.
Meteor's giant.
Please! This fucking guy! Can I not sleep him while he's charging?
Try harder than that.
How close?
You can.
Yeah, he's
I heard my sleep go off. He was right in front of me, but I didn't sleep him. How fair is the previous? We're chilling, I think.
And then got cooked.
He's sleeping. No, he's not. I swear I hit it.
Die!
A missionary man.
I have healing now.
One of their healers is switching.
I'm the healer now.
I. Yeah, they're mercy.
This fucking Doomfist!
Edge. Bro. I don't know what to do with the Doomfist.
Kill him.
We need to protect the objective.
You think I haven't filled him full of arrows? Doesn't seem to care. This is not on showdown. My bow is not one-shotting him.
I have nano.
See, him, I'm good. He take an arrow to the head, he died. They have Ash now.
Someone's on our left.
Please. Please, no, my bones. My bones, I can't use my DPI.
Just died to burning.
Like, I can't keep up with her when she pushes too close to me.
Must up to Sierra and just melted me from behind.
I'm going to ult and then maybe swamp.
Stop them.
Alright. The sound in this game, like the directional sound, I think is pretty poor.
I mean, compared to something like Honest, I agree.
Yeah, I struggle a lot because I'm like, wow, they sound like they're right here to my right, and actually they're not. Help me! Please! He's chasing me!
Where are you?
Please kill
Behind
me.
you!
Thank you.
I like how you said that like 10 minutes later.
Because I was killing someone.
Come.
Where are you is crazy.
I'm a little challenged, okay? All directionally challenged. I'm just a hog. Wow, that scooped him around the car. Illegal road hog.
Someone check his computer.
Whoa!
What is he doing?
He scared me.
Fucking FNAF jump scare. Someone's on the bottom.
Oh, you like
This?
Oh, and they have keys now as well. And they have whatever her name is over there. Yeah, that guy. Sierra.
I have nano.
They outnumber us.
Stacy there, that's right.
Reality bends to my will.
I'm not finished.
What the fuck was that?
Already?
How did that pull me? Wasn't even near there.
They're taking the save my aim. Focus our defenses.
Alright, fair enough, I guess. Or is it a different postcard?
Enough whining. You're fine. It's just poison.
Oh, they have the immortality field on point. Find this Reaper.
I was trying to save someone. I think I died before. Hello,
Got it,
anime? Not really. I'm not an anyone main.
Is not the end.
But Anna is pretty fun to play. I was trying to play Juno, but the Doomfist told me that I wasn't allowed to cough, bro.
How are you
Both
alive?
Anran and Reaper are here.
Yes, they are.
You'll have to try
I
harder.
mean, they're not on the point where they need to be, so...
Okay, so now.
Oh, they're also low.
Now try flank me, you fucking losers.
Yeah, like, this is what I mean, like, I hope it was worth it for them. I don't think it was.
Oh, come on.
alley.
Why? It's what it is.
We win next one.
Game. Oh, I thought that was you.
This is why I hate Flashpoint, bro. I wish it was over. I wouldn't mind losing.
I know, I thought we were done. I was like, okay, next one. Next match. I'll have to keep going. I will suffer more.
They're coming from there.
Thanks. God, dude. Oh! Every time I look away, someone's hitting me with something. I can't.
Oh.
Here, Reaper. No teleport, no shadow. Yeah, nice one.
Call it
The tank or FK?
No, I ulted them.
Whatever they were. Horse?
That means Reaper's ult is probably also very close.
Usually, stealth thing.
Nice one.
Nice.
Oof.
God. This is gonna be the start of the game, isn't it? This is gonna be this.
No, it isn't.
Oh no, it isn't.
Meteor strike.
You wait, you were right in the middle of that. That didn't one shot you.
I wasn't in the middle.
No, Winter.
Yeah, I wasn't
Oh,
in the
me?
middle.
I don't know. I wasn't in the middle, I don't think.
A little bit this side.
Yeah. This time I voted for Hog.
Why is there 12 votes?
don't
Some
know.
people might be spectating. I don't know. Spectators can vote. I know that much. If they're part of the group. Or I don't even know if you have to be part of the group.
I voted for myself and I won MVP.
I think it's weighted towards the winning team. So if
Yeah, it
this
is.
team had won,
It is
then
weighted.
and it was matching, then yeah.
Listen, if my team won, and I'm one off, like one vote less from the highest enemy, I'm voting for myself. I'm getting that MVP.
Patting myself on the back.
Winton. Yeah, this fucking Emre Sakura skin sucks, and Mizuki should have just gotten one instead.
Yeah, agreed.
People are sad about Mizuki not getting any skins because like both teams, both skin themes, skin lines would have been good for Mizuki. Either the Sakura one would have been really good for Mizuki, and Rainy Day would be really good because you can turn his hat into an umbrella.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
Missed
didn't
opportunity
give him a skin for
Mizuki's
any of
only
those.
skin is fucking disgusting. It's a streetwear one.
It's
It's
so
gross.
bad.
And then with
It's so
Jetpack Cat, they put both fucking skins behind the
Supporter
money.
pack.
Yeah, the
Like,
supporter
no, not
pack.
supporter. Starter pack. Starter pack. It's
Yeah.
horrible.
I just kept. I'm gonna play Life Weaver. Oh wait, I already have
Did you
the
want to
skin
play
for
Juno?
him.
Sorry.
No, I can play Life Weaver as well. I'm just playing whatever. Look at this
Life
guy,
Weaver.
just shits out stuff from his hand.
Stay close, Satya.
I should play him to get him to 5 for the loot box.
Oh yeah, wait.
Life-
Oh no, I can't show you.
Life
Never mind.
Weaver.
I was gonna show you the. I play with so many people called wife leavers. Like actually, more than one occasion, there's been a wife leaver in my chat. Not my chat, sorry, my game. Probably in my chat too, for all I know.
Yeah.
What do I do on this guy again? What is his E? Dash. Oh, that's the life grip. Okay. And then I. Okay.
Matra and
That's
a
not where I
cat.
meant to put that.
Not Matra. Orisa? Cat's low.
Just sit here and do things, I guess. Until they realize. No one give a fuck about Life Weaver.
I was gonna, where even are you? Oh, you're up there.
Oh no, they now give a fuck about Life Weaver!
Thank you.
They also have a Life Weaver.
So Freya saw me on top of your platform. Like that. She was actually quite offended.
I died. I got the tree down there.
Yeah, that tree saved me as well.
They want us to fight.
The tree's gone. A perfect choice.
The tree and your wall saved my life, like, probably on accident, both.
No, what do you mean? The tree was... The tree is there, this... What?
But, you know, it was like...
Alright, you guys can heal on my,
Look,
my
that's...
platform now.
No, no. No, no. Thank you.
No.
Thank you. You saved me.
I just realized my HUD is gone and I don't know why.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Tree timing for this guy.
Cosmic, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Why is my HUD gone? I can't see anyone's HPs. I don't know who needs healing. Oh my god. What did I do? I can't see fucking... Okay, it's back.
Dude, Life Weaver's kind of fucking crazy.
Of what?
If you like me and I don't need it though, I might lose my mind.
I am still searching for information on Dr. Bhatt, Niran. Answers are not forthcoming.
It's in Vishkar's best interest to bury its founder's vision. But you deserve to know the truth.
Thanks.
It's very happy.
A perfect world is a perfect world is a perfect prison.
Okay.
Have you been like flicking through your Symmetra skins?
What? No.
Were you not wearing a different one like 2 games ago?
No, I'm wearing the same skin.
virus on me.
Which one? There's a few of those in this game.
The auto aim virus.
Under different circumstances.
Life Weaver's auto is kind of really satisfying.
You said this the first time you played.
Feeling better, I hope.
But I'm glad you're confirming it.
Over here.
Ow. Just took a spear to the face.
The warmth of firelight.
Life Weaver up.
You went down
I
there.
pressed F instead of E.
Shit. Bye. Never mind.
Yeah, take the damage perk.
I got tree. I was gonna save it for a rest of though.
It is.
I didn't think that would. I didn't.
No.
The tree is fallen. Take care.
Huh?
I'm on fire.
Wait, no one's.
Malfunctioned.
Are you gonna
Don't solve
finish your
that.
sentence? What? No.
Yeah,
We're
we-
fucking
I didn't see
fighting
what
for our
happened to you.
lives, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It's fine.
Huh. So I shouldn't go watch the replay of this match then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
I couldn't eat you. I'm sorry, I got killed. I also keep pressing F instead of E for some reason. I don't have anything on my F.
So that fight where I ulted, I went
Off the edge.
off the wall, and I died
I don't
because
think it
I didn't think you
happens.
would go over the wall. I thought the wall would stop, as walls do. Really. So that was my fatal mistake. The hell is this guy? Ah,
Oh, shouldn't have gone in there. My fault.
I am at the objective.
Okay.
I claim the objective.
It's not embarrassing if you're shameless. Is it?
Reality bends to my will.
Sick.
Nice.
Life Weaver's kind of fun.
You did nothing.
Oh, this is when Goat ulted. And I
no,
just
no,
killed
no,
everyone.
no, no.
Oh no, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's here. No,
What am I
because when you
watching?
ulted,
What am I? Phenomenal.
no, because
Wow.
when you ulted,
I'm gobsmacked.
What is?
Comp is the red cube.
Yeah, like what?
What?
It was
I
nothing.
think someone's telling us to.
I can't see chat, remember, so...
Yeah,
okay, I
someone said
handled it.
comp is the red cube, by the way, in case y'all are colorblind, implying that we're like tryharding or something.
Wait, who was that?
Ursa. Enemy tank.
As far as I'm aware, we just played the game.
Yeah, that's.
Oh my
that's,
god, these
yeah.
are disgusting.
Ooh, an elite loot box. What do we get? Terrible tracer skin.
Oh, wait. That's kind of cool. Oh, he's got an arrow skin.
What? I'm gonna. Hang on. How do I
Oh, he got a...
change my role?
You don't. You.
That like that. No.
Skin. Is that epic or legendary winter?
It's epic.
Pretty
I just got it out of the epic event loot box.
Gold and common.
Another opinion? I feared you'd run out.
Cool. What a guy.
Of course.
Fun fact: Sakrissa is a Kingzo hater.
Well, that's unfortunate.
She just turned around and looked at me very, very
That's
upset.
actually crazy. If you guys in chat don't know, there is a meme where it's like three thinkers when they see King's Row. It's such a universally enjoyed map, but I'm not too sure why, but... Well, for me, it's just kind of, it was at least like an OG
No,
map, so...
not universally. We have a hater in our 5-stack of this map.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
So, this guy has... Look at these emotes, right? He's got his heroic emote, right? Which is this.
What, Bua?
And then I noticed that I had another emote, and I was like, oh, okay. But it's the same thing, just... It's just a little bit different. Look at this, you just... what the fuck? Alright.
I noticed. I have to show you. I have a Moira victory pose. I have two of them, and they look almost identical. Like her face is slightly different, and her arms
Wait,
are
the
really
fucking
slightly
Liang
different.
skin is actually really pretty.
Yeah, that... Oh, that
Elf
one?
Yowie.
Hi.
What?
Huh.
The one you have is the like one of the best Liang skins.
Omina.
We have encountered a pred scan.
Oh. Yeah, the widow. Okay, okay. I thought I thought I was gonna have a little fun on Echo. It seems that the Ash and the Widow have other plans for it. I got poisoned by the Widow Mine. I didn't see it there. Well, that's not true. I thought it was something else. Ash threw a dynamite into my anus.
I can't heal everyone enough. What the fuck is this guy doing? I can't hit a fucking thing.
Ah!
I've got tree.
I have a strat. Goat puts up the shield. I place the teleport on point, and we all teleport in.
I just can't.
I was just about to life grip you then.
Alright. See if I can take care of this girl.
Okay, bomb is gone.
I just want to use my fucking tree and then maybe swap the Ana or something that can
Yeah, we
take care of
teleport
the
in and then
snipers.
3 and then shatter. We have everything.
Okay.
Winter, I'm so sorry. You're getting pinged if
I genuinely. I mean, that's pretty regular in this game for me, though.
What if I just take this? Like,
Placing teleport.
yeah! Where'd the Ash go?
I kill her.
Or she's in the air.
there's a fucking widow over there. No widow, Mercy.
Insane.
You're still over there.
I will get you. I died. She jumped. She
Oh, I'm
jumped.
gonna die too.
What the fuck?
What is happening?
These guys are getting fucking one-guyed by Mercy.
I'm not good at fucking
No idea
Widow.
what you guys are talking about.
I just wanted to get us off this objective, man. I'm back to Hanzo.
No problem, bro. I just handed you a kill.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Is she behind?
She's up top.
I can't out-heal
I
that.
can't, man. I just can't. I'm behind a wall and I die. Like, I can't even kill it.
Fucking ashes.
I'm
Ruining
the
my
payload, don't
life.
worry.
Winter's here for the vibes. No, to be fair, we're playing on Europe, so Winter's got insane fucking ping.
I have 180 ping at all times.
What's still up there?
And 20 packet loss at all times.
Perfection at the height of need.
I've had enough of your fucking shit, lady. Problem solved. And yours.
Let's hear.
Guys, I'm killing everyone.
It's alright. I guess.
I'm honestly to God fucking killing everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I just killed... The Mercy... I'm so sorry. The Mercy just rests and I fucking had already pulled Sakrissa. Thanks for self-catching, Drew. Ugh.
Oh.
Your healers are not there, I apologize.
Oh,
We've
I
got
fucked
fucking
up.
7
I missed
years
my
to walk.
goddamn... I missed my fire strikes. No. I could have killed all of them there. Fuck. That was so bad. That was so good, but it was so bad.
Or you've been performing better than me this whole game, shut up. It's fine.
What?
Oh my lord. I have tree again.
I can...
I've been sat on it for a while.
Irrepressible.
Get over aiming. Oh, well, if we could choose a servers, I wouldn't mind like picking some middle ground, but you can't choose. It's based on majority.
What? This is a wall?
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Wall.
Can't have it getting worse. Staying yet?
Nice.
Something for the sting.
Like, if we were DPS, yeah, I'm probably not healing as much as I should. Like, I'll bet the autos. They're so satisfying. Anyone else would like to... Oh.
Nice one.
Wait, Widow is behind? Okay, well,
She?
you do you.
That's weird.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, unless you can have being detriment to her team.
Thank you.
She's still behind.
The moment she's, as I said, being a detriment to her team.
I missed.
I can't. He's fucking... Oh, careful, don't jump on that.
Use of space. Teleporter manifesting.
Okay, my turrets are doing stuff, I guess.
Oh, we just win.
What did my turrets even do?
I kept
I'm
running.
assuming we're gonna see on the play of the game. Let's get ready for it.
No, but I wasn't even there. I was in the spawn.
There was one turret on the floor, and they were just running circles around the table. They just ignored them. And the slow help me hit them with my hand. Unfortunately, here I missed my ult on. He walked right past me.
It's always the same two freaks on our team. A fucking Mercy skin is disgusting.
brothers.
This looks like he's working in Travia. I like the autos on the Life Weaver, honestly. I like any of it. I like this skin just because it's so fucking stupid. I got the fucking the Persona one. And what is this? This looks like that one guy from Baldur's Gate, Raphael. This Harbinger is cool. I like that. And the Black Swan too. So cunty, you know?
Best one is the pool one or the beach one. I don't know how they.
Lifeguarder.
Yeah, lifeguard.
The hell that Mercy skin's supposed to be? I don't know. Mercy players will buy anything though, so I don't think Overwatch gives a fuck.
I actually got that from a loot box. It's called the Zombie Doctor.
Why Flavor is the same problem as Moira and Venture have? What do you mean? The skins are limited to the model?
Okay, but Moira Mythic is one of the best skins in the game.
Yeah, I love the
It's
Moira
so
Mythic.
It's so
The Moira Mythic is the only way you'll get me to play Moira if I have that Mythic skin.
It's insane.
Otherwise, I'm not touching Moira.
Hacking. After getting everything to level 5, I might become a Torbjorn main.
You saw the light and played Torbjorn.
No, it's so fucking fun. At one, I was playing earlier today with Sakrissa, and I played Torbjorn on Samoa. And you know the map with the like thing in the center, and then there's like a pillar in the center with a little tunnel through that point of Samoa.
Yeah.
Satya, I
Let's say
wanted
you
to
do.
apologize.
I was,
the
and
one
there's
that
like
Tried harder to contact
arena,
you.
Yeah.
kinda.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. And there on the left side, there's like a little balcony that you like have to loop around. I built a turret there, and I was just killing people the entire game, because I just built a turret. They would take it down, I would rebuild it again, but no one came up to me. I was just chilling on the balcony with a turret.
Sadly, Vishkar agrees. They want their hands on it, and they're willing to cut mine off to get it.
There's Mercy buffing someone, but I'm not sure. There's Mizuki as well.
I just missed every bullet on that Mercy. Mercy. Okay, that's something not coming back. Oh, there's something along. Order's above us. What?
Oh, here.
Good crap!
Oh, I was exactly where I wanted to be.
Well, sometimes you don't get to decide that.
They have a Roadhog now.
How does the Roadhog hook interact with Ryan's shield?
Bounces.
Insane.
This is very
This ends now.
It's not who I wanted to pull. Move your fat Symmetra ass out of my way.
Shit, bitch! She tried to run.
A perfect choice.
Oh.
Thanks, whoever knocked me up here. Aria now. He's up here with the star. I didn't see that.
Okay, nice. But it's okay, it's okay. All good.
I'm just gonna use this. I've been holding on to it a wee bit too long.
Fuck. Yeah, I gotta grab mine on mine.
Oh.
What? You were 2 HP!
Oh! But I wanted to die fighting to see whose laser is stronger. It's like a fucking Kamehameha battle from Dragon Ball.
Hello Stevie, how's it going?
You just have to hold left click harder than the other person.
Wow, I didn't hit any of that.
Feel free to join me.
This ends now.
So to know.
Oh.
Fuck. Life grip, thank
I
you.
didn't see her behind.
Oh no. Good grief, man. I turbo griefed everything in the last like minute.
Yeah, I can believe that.
I treated Junkrat for 10 years and then didn't kill him. And got separated. And then I thought I was gonna hit the wall, but I actually hit.
Life protects life.
He's just jumped over my everything.
Thank you for the 275 stream streak. Has the team been winning? Yeah, we've gotten a fair few wins. I would think. I mean, we're doing well up until this choke point because they picked Zarya. Zarya's
Reality bends to my will.
sure is something.
I forgot he has the martyrdom. Oh, thank you. It's referring your immortality field on us.
Oh, the immortality field.
Alright,
Was just shooting
Don't
me
need
in
a
the
Mei
head.
main. I fucking despise Mei. Mei and Zarya are my top like bans.
Niran.
Life Weaver is just saying shit.
I like Mei, but yeah. I hate Mei too, you know.
Tactical visor activated.
Oh,
Crusaders!
big.
Nice.
up to you sometime.
Okay, nice. Okay, we just win, I guess.
I guess we do.
Sick.
Winner.
Win, win, win.
Oh no,
Oh
what
boy,
did I do?
let's
I
hope
didn't
it
do
was.
anything.
Let's hope it
Oh,
was
no.
better than the last one.
Oh, this.
This is really interactive.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's so interactive.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Point and click adventure, yeah.
Well, it's not point and click. I have to aim.
Yeah, it's not Moira.
Yeah. Did you know that Symmetra was like Moira before?
Yeah, I know. I thought she still was. She used to be a support, and then they got angry because she was a utility, and they're like, yeah, and then they made her do damage, and then I was like, well, now she's not really a support, is she?
Okay, Symmetra level 5 acquired. Who's next?
Guys, I want this Harbinger skin. Is it one? Is it a skin that has like constant codes?
Oh, the biblically accurate angel life weaver. That is like regarded as one of the best, if not the best.
Eichenwald.
Life weaver skins.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to look later. Or maybe get lucky in a box. Be not afraid.
What do I play, guys?
What do you play?
You could try Freya.
Ew.
Okay. Explosive dart. Dash forward.
Wait, that tag is funny as
This should be
fuck.
fun.
What?
We can protect each
Your
other
fucking
now.
tank has a tag called bottom 500.
Is this the first time you've seen this? Quite a few people
yeah,
have it.
and I'm not keen on racing either. Funny.
Stay in.
That's not who I wanted!
That's crazy.
Oh, I tried to...
Yeah.
My bad.
I tried to pick you up, but once again, Feint with his fucking massive forehead got in the way.
Okay. I will stay back.
It's good. No.
That's not...
Ah.
I dashed into
I was trying to save myself.
That reached! Dude, the Rhino fucking... What kind of range is that? That's crazy.
Irrepressible.
Okay.
tree.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where did my ult go? Did it go under the payload?
Fuck, dude.
Jesus.
I have tree.
Getting my PP slapped.
Excuse me.
No one knows that. Oh, I did not mean to click that button. If I get at a jail-free card, I wasted it.
Oh my god. He's fucking just... This Ryan, dude.
I don't like this
balls
Ryan.
in here.
I do not like this Ryan.
Play of the game.
At least he has a cool skin. Yeah.
Daniel would like this.
Yeah,
skin.
what's this gameplay?
Epic.
3 players saved and 2 of them are fucking me.
Epic. Winner.
We got fucking rolled.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Apparently the code for the Ryan not Ryan skin, Life Weaver skin is even active.
Select a map. Arriving at Antarctic Peninsula.
Oh wait, I'm damaged? Okay, well...
I'll put it all on the line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fucking Bluetooth melee.
Capture the objective.
That Anna skill is good.
Yeah. He's cool.
What is it?
Can't wait
The
to
only
never
one?
hit go. Yeah, demon or something. I don't know, that was not for you, bud. Whoever just got hit by that anti-heal. I'm trying to fucking heal goat. Oh, it's a mirror magic. Why did this happened the last time on this map as well?
Oh,
Oh, I'm dead here.
man, Sierra.
Always good to stay humble. A little short on
I hate
ice.
playing Mirror Doomfist.
What about it?
Just hate it. Doesn't feel good.
Fair.
I missed.
Oh,
That's crazy that you died from there.
just go one shot. Or I'm not doing
I wonder if it's
anything.
because you
right
hit the wall or something.
I'm done holding back.
If he knocks you into the wall, he does more damage instant.
Okay, yeah. Oh, he knocked me from sleeping.
He hurts so much, dude. I'm stopping this now. I'm stopping this right where before it starts. I'm not feeling. I want to.
Yes, I love when she does that. I love when she hits one hit scan shot and then proceeds to fucking fuck me in the ass.
Get in there. Never mind, he hits us.
I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. Just
Not you, the tank! The other one, he punches away. Sorry, it wasn't your fault. You needed to direct it at you. He should have been more clear.
He doesn't get punished either.
It's not like I'm not trying. I'm just not good at his Ana. I missed every sleep
No,
dart
I think it's
fired.
just Doomfist is an inherent hero.
Oh yeah, that too. Oh, I hit him, little you shit bitch!
He died.
Score 0-1. Aren't you a relic?
Yeah.
Siege of Winton, E54. Your kind left a grave wound on this world.
That's fucked. You know I sponsor a penguin for WWF. That's
I was
crazy.
petting it. I was petting it.
It did not sound like it was being pet. Stop!
I didn't know that would happen!
You punched it! What the fuck do you think's gonna happen?
Just assumed it wouldn't have a hitbox. I don't know, it's fucking Overwatch.
Oops.
Nice.
I'm told how. The audacity. I still have the little penguin plush they sent me as well. When's Bastion gonna get a mythic skin?
Ay, 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 ay.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm close to getting that. Someone is behind here. Okay, we killed each other.
Oh no. Hid behind cover to avoid the fact I got stuck, and she just fucking flings halfway across the map on her little drone to come and get me anyway.
It's genuinely crazy. I hate it. Why is the crit not built into her gun like natively? I hate that I have to pick this perk.
Because it will be a tiny bit too broken.
It's really, dude, I fucking hate that stuff.
Shouldn't have saved your ult for play the game. I hope I'm making this Doomfist's life miserable. Just wanted to play Emre.
If you're going to die, do it when I'm not looking.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
That's me, motherfucker.
We have company.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Fair enough. I still hate that I have to pick this perk, but I get it.
Oh, the headshot.
Yeah, the crit. Yeah. Because that fucking Ashe did not deserve to die there. Or not the Ashe, the other one. Alarm. 2 headshots, a bit. Ashe is almost dead as well.
Oh, that was huge.
I missed him again.
We're outnumbered. Close range.
Punished.
This ends now.
She's so low. Oh, she's joke.
Find out this way. Oh, that's like right on me. What is going on?
Here.
Shit.
Eat shit. Fuck. Ilari's behind.
Nerf Bastion. You remember when Bastion just used to hunker down in a turret form and he couldn't move, and you would just have a Reinhardt in front of him and a Mercy boosting him, and that was basically your defense comp? Yes, it was awful.
He's coming for me, no.
Damn. Oh, eat shit. And Torb, yeah, and Torbjorn as well. Old Bastion being carried around by Jetpack Cat would be insane. Hello, Bay, how's it going?
Kind of funny, actually.
I've got ult.
Hunting them down.
I slept someone. How are you not sleeping? That hit you directly. That's crazy. Stay alive. Oh, you ate that, sorry. Oh no, Bob.
I'm fucked. I can't. I fucking... She's just gonna fucking play the game with that Bob.
Yeah.
Man, thanks for the 305 stream streak day. You guys playing exclusively Tracer, hated it all. Then they released Sombra, and Sombra was Bastion's worst nightmare, and now she's just everyone's worst nightmare. What is the fucking... The balloon? What is that Wu Yang skin?
Epic.
It's like sea monster or something. Not 100% sure.
Oh. Oh, the rainy day stuff is out. This does not look like Ayn Rand, bro. The fucking Roadhog one is pretty cute though.
Anran looks like Neon from fucking Valorant.
He is Road Pig.
Interesting.
Pig Hog.
Oh, the May one is sick. Vote for my map?
Hello,
None
Russ.
of
How's it
these.
going?
Damn, they've been trolled.
What's wrong with Gibraltar?
It's okay, I guess. I don't like attacking Gibraltar. I don't prefer defending.
Oh, your Roadhog overtook your Rhine. Maugi. You have to sing You're Welcome every time you go in.
Yeah, if you ult and save any of us too, you have to sing that.
Pay me money to do that. Why do you think I would do that for free?
Because we asked
It's Winter's birthday.
Goat, how do you
It is.
respond when someone says thank you? What do you say? You're welcome.
Mowgli is not impressed.
That's what I think.
Can I pull you out of your ult?
No idea.
That is so
Time for science.
Widow I'm looking at right now.
Oh, he already has the hog skin.
Buy it. Anran also has rainy day. What is happening? What is this like money team?
Pushing the payload.
What? I've been good on Overwatch. I haven't even been buying skins.
We have company.
No better things to do than do that.
The pass is very worth it though.
Yeah. The mythics alone. Juice.
I don't have the reaction time for that.
Yeah, it's so good. Nothing there to be done there. The Widow fucking deleted me before but like my shield was up and I got hit, you know, so.
But maybe if I can find the code for the Life Weaver skin, I will get that.
Is it not available?
The one that was in the thread didn't work. It might be turned off. I need to check the Discord.
Cover the payload. We're moving out.
Appreciate you stopping by on your break. I should be probably insta fucking pulling people that get poked by Roadhog.
That ad route is so thank you.
Can you pull people out of the remote, like in the animation?
I can't heal you.
The payload advances. A perfect choice.
Hunting them down.
Thank you.
I got tree. Why'd you save that for so long?
I don't.
Top. Oh, he still has all of. He still has all.
Yeah, because you can choose when to use it.
That's fucking crazy. Had no idea that was possible.
Yeah, you can just like stop using. Yeah,
That's fucking nuts, dude.
I think it replaces his auto. I think it used to be like something else where you just shot and whatever.
I dumped the shit out of your game, man. I feel like you could do more. Why am I like
Oh, sorry. I got slapped.
Does that mean Anran has her ult, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was still there, so it was like a little flame.
Be careful, Widow behind on the platform. Oh, you got nano.
I could, yeah, you got heal blocked.
Fuck off, bro. Right, that's it. We're going widow hunting. I'm fed up.
I walked into that one.
I've got tree. Nice.
Thank you.
Typical. This is probably one of the worst things I hate when you have a Widowmaker. Is like for an objective-based game, as they're the only person alive, their team is nearly alive and will be soon on the point. That will still sit there and just try and snipe you from a distance as you're about to win the game with the payload. Probably one of the most
At that point, I'd rather
infuriating
push
things.
with the AR. Or have swapped.
My
soldiers.
favorite part was when like none of those bullets hit me for sure, right? That aim. I'm glad it wasn't me. I'm glad it wasn't me that noticed that. Hang on a second. This guy must have gone fucking penny shot or some shit. Because that spread was diabolical. Hey now, come on down. Hey now, come on down. Blizzard World. Oh, it was a joke.
Their enemy team was a joke. They took it personally.
Ah, thank God. Get down! Get down!
It's fine. That's okay.
Now entering Midtown.
Could be worse. Do not wish to.
It's okay, I'm gonna get level 5 on Lifeweaver. It's gonna get me the one skin I wanted, the loot box. Thanks for the self-catch, Art.
I'm gonna play Widow now. I'm gonna throw.
I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
Who you truly are.
I knew you would be.
The pizza here doesn't even come with ketchup. It's outrageous.
What heathen shit is Lifeweaver saying right now?
Life,
Time is money.
Will
they say.
Fountain?
And I'm not keen
Yeah,
on
cats
wasting our
usually
life.
really like that shit. I had to swap out. I got a Fountain for Ghost, but it was actually surprising how fast it would get like moldy and stuff despite the regular cleaning I would give it, so I got worried. Lots of parts in it that I couldn't even clean properly, so I was like worried like, oh, it's probably gonna get moldy too. But he enjoyed his Fountain. He drinks a lot of water regardless, thankfully, but
undead type fucking is here.
That's not who I. Sorry.
Why does she get the soldier ult but on an ability with a like 7-second cooldown or whatever? 12 seconds. I don't know. It's stupid. Soldier's gotta work for that shit.
Okay, hands up.
He's got a stupid immortality.
Reaper behind.
Okay, my bad. Just the controlling what you're doing right now.
Oh, Diva actually saved their asses. That's crazy.
Let's just come back here.
Oh, I'm gonna wait for the diva. Eternally mentally tired. I tried to search a source.
I'm not
when
near
the wolf was
her.
coming. Gave me a bit of a scare.
A perfect choice.
Thank you.
Where did the fucking Reaper come from?
Fuck.
I was about to
He teleported
place the
in.
tree too.
He teleported in.
We're outnumbered. Watch yourself.
Pain.
Not having we gotta keep up with these fucking heroes.
For fuck's sake, I didn't get on fine. What a pain. She almost tore the thing down? That doesn't sound great.
Irrepressible.
Outnumbered, by the way. We have to stop the payload. There's the enemy turret. Take it out.
Something for the stick.
Keep falling off my fucking petal, flower, whatever. Spinning part of the fountain. I see, it spins.
Payload together.
Fire at will! Eyes on the sky!
Am I safe here? Oh. Well.
Hope blossoms anew.
Hunting them down!
I thought this guy's name was Nishiki.
A familiar sting of failure.
Let us stop the payload together.
Smoke.
I just can't do anything. I just can't.
For fuck's sake. Wow, I'm fucking griefing.
Protect us, kick game!
Hold that rope.
Life protects life!
I do so much damage. Good night, Matt V. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Ugh. This fucking Baptiste thing again.
Play of the game.
Wow, 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 wow.
Winner! Saw that coming from a mile away.
Loot box. Oh, I got a gold? Oh, what the fuck? It's cute, but what the fuck? I got a widow skin. Are you kidding me?
Which one?
The winter chic one. It's cute, but I got the Imperious Reinhardt icon too. No.
It's pretty cool.
Select a map.
Bless is Symmetra. I have a fair few fucking legendary Symmetra skins too. Hello David, how's it going? What do you think would win? Iliois or fucking King's Row?
King's Row.
Yeah.
I want to
Great,
try
this
this
guy
build.
just
We will have
manifested Doomfist.
we will have 2 Doomfists and we'll just jump on them.
On this mission.
Yeah, the enemy team's about to have Doomfist.
No, I
So
can transform into
Doomfists.
allies now.
I wish violence never solved anything.
No, but I'm saying they're gonna have a Doomfist as well.
Ah, no, don't worry. I'll take care of that Doomfist.
What you do is
We
you
will have-
transform into Winter and you both ult at the same time.
We will
Double
have
fire.
more Doomfists than them, and that means we win.
Everyone hydrated?
They have a jetpack carrying Orisa.
Oh,
Yeah, Orisa.
maybe I don't. Oh, Reaper behind.
Oh wait. I got stuck in a wall. Pick me a platform, thank you. Whoa, it fell. It was stolen from me.
I think there's a Reaper still behind here somewhere.
Reaper in the flank?
Yeah.
Never. She sucked me in while the jetpack cat carried her.
Oh.
That was
That's
funny.
crazy.
I can't even say anything. That was just funny.
That's crazy.
Well, I wasn't part of your Reddit clip, so unlucky guys.
Someone keep an eye out on r/Orisa mains.
Hope not get fucking cancelled by anything.
Huh?
Reaper will not get fucking cancelled by me punching him.
If you punch him into a wall, I think.
Oh, they changed Junkrat's things. Interesting. Why did they move that there?
Reaper.
Watch here. Watch out.
Oh, he took me. Because I could save someone, whoever they took. That's fair enough, honestly.
Before I realized that the Orisa used the ult from the jetpack cat,
Reaper
I
behind.
thought you life gripped me into the hole.
Reaper, be careful.
Such a good idea.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying. Because this is genuinely what I thought happened. I thought you were trying to save me. I was like, oh, nice. And then I fucking fell into the hole. I was like, oh, wait.
Cool. It's a bit embarrassing that
Nice.
they did all that and still didn't really have the point.
Yeah, that was a crazy play.
Oh, and there you need to get a full 5-man ultimate kill so that they don't get to play the game.
That's not happening now, I'm tired.
We'll wrap this up quick.
Nano the tire.
You do that?
Who's gonna nano the tire?
Me.
Life for you.
I'll switch to Anna. And shoot that fucking cat out of the sky too. Oh, they have
Widow? What is that?
sniper.
Yeah, this Widow. She's on top of the building in the back.
Fucking...
off, but life goes on. Bro, please get out of here. So.
Oh, what the fuck? I heard her ulting. I thought she was ulting someone and I'm dead. They have a Torbjorn now? Widow swapped. Hello Marox, how's it going?
Grab somebody. Torb.
That's fun.
Now you're perfect.
This one's behind me.
Sierra, bro.
She fucked that up. She didn't take anyone, did she?
Oh.
So, you have a Bastion now.
They fucking res the Sierra.
Oh, where'd you come from? Thank you.
Well.
I'll keep this fire burning!
Lift your friends up, I always say.
Okay.
Alright.
You know what? Fair enough.
About to see winter fall in the hole.
We're about to see everyone fall in a hole.
Well, it didn't fall in the hole. You just got exploded by the full charge ult.
Oh, right.
Low time toward us.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
I didn't. Shut up.
I will probably play one more. So if anyone was wanting their Winton for whatever reason, now's your chance. What?
Nothing.
This guy typed in all chat to the Orisa. And not, I would say Doom owned you. He said you were so bad.
That's what the...
We're 4 now.
Okay.
Bro is fucking lying.
I will start instigating against
so
enemy tank every game now.
Thank you. Enjoy your Winton. Thank you.
Sravasa to finish off the session.
Yeah, alright, bud. Alright.
A crumb of damage.
Winton.
Finally.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
that's
literally.
cute.
Oh, we have a random tanking, actually. Never mind. I'm not gonna play Brigade. I don't trust this freak.
Spend every moment.
Thank you for the 10 stream streak, Marox.
Stay near, will you? I hate when people run off without me. There's a price on my head in 17 countries. I'm
What?
hoping for an even 20.
Huh.
Life Weaver is a... okay. Oh, fair enough.
He's had some voice lines that make me question him. First it was the ketchup with the pizza, and now it's that? Like, come on, dude.
Who's half dead already?
Me.
See, I took a little damage, but not that much.
Me.
Okay, now.
Emre lobbed a grenade at my feet.
That Ash is quite low.
The Ash was not quite low, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, she might have got healed.
Lovely. Feeling better, I hope.
Well,
Nice Gino heals.
I was
Just call me Mara.
reloading.
Oh, CS is Counter Strike? Okay, I will try to keep that in mind.
สงสัยต้องลองวิธีอื่นละ
And you guys are burning, and I have my things locking in, and I don't want to hear it. I need this tank to get a little bit of confidence though, because so far he doesn't have.
I got 3. That's it. 3 time.
Thinking you're
Oh,
fishing.
that works. That doesn't work. She still one-shot me.
Fuck, yeah, there's like 10 health up there.
When done.
That's very interesting. How that works.
ล่องไปกับสายลม
What?
I was Orisa fell down and I was on the like building next to her, and she still blew me up with the ult.
Yeah, I was surprised you died because you were like above.
Yeah.
Emery behind above.
Are you winning? Oh, we won the last game. This one I'm not sure.
Doing alright overall.
I should swap, honestly, but I want to keep playing Life Weaver.
be soloing Bob with your fucking ult.
Oh, that's not that fucking ass. What is happening in these fights?
I don't know. I'm trying. I've got Tree again.
Yeah, my ult's up.
Why isn't the payload en route? 30 seconds remaining.
We're almost out of time. Feeling better, I hope. My ultimate is ready.
Nice.
Nice.
Perfection at the height of need. The tree is fallen. Take care.
What are you doing? What on Mars are you doing?
Oops. Wanted to put that more kind of in front of us than I did, but you know, life goes on.
No, it doesn't. And they're all right now because of that.
Well, sucks, I guess. Nice. Good.
I died to fire. Oh, Steven,
honestly,
how's it
wasn't.
going?
It was my fault.
I mean, I could have pinged. I didn't think I was gonna die to it, honestly, but...
Yeah, if I ever am not healing you, if you ping, I will definitely. Otherwise, I say probably not look.
Why did you do that?
I jumped off the edge like a
Because you... That's why he turned on me! He just knew for some reason that you would grief that! That's crazy! He just willed you to kill yourself!
Well, good at jumping puzzles. Bro, just standing there.
Feel free to join me. 60 seconds.
I have a lot of tree against too. Oh,
Missed.
fuck it up. Not the heal. Nice. Is she gonna try ult? That's so obvious! Let's go. Sick. Hey, Sombra.
Hang Sombra? Yeah.
Doesn't matter. She couldn't stay on the point.
It doesn't matter.
Sick.
Cool.
Play of the game.
Skin.
Justice reigns from above.
Nice.
I think that the perk is actually broken. That you can
Which
move
one?
your ult.
No, that's
base
base
kit now.
What?
Yeah, and she can move now.
That's why I said she's so fucking broken now, because they
That's
replaced it with a perk.
stupid. Why would they?
They replaced it with a perk that makes your compressive bomb deal damage as well.
Yeah, they look. She's super good right now.
I think
We
they
got
did
the-
that just to kind of make her even with Emre, because
Loot box.
Emre can just fly around.
Yeah. He just presses Q and then he goes blah 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 robot voice and yeah.
Alright, well, anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. I'm feeling pretty fucking tired, but thank you for the games. They honestly weren't so bad.
Yeah, it was fun.
I think we did pretty well. We won quite a few. And I have established my
Erase.
role as a life weaver main.
I've erased the Reinhardt game out of my memory.
that was so fast. That was that was
Yeah, exactly.
Which is not bad if you're not communicating with a fan base, yeah, basically. Otherwise, Overwatch poopy butt. I can't stand some of the Overwatch. I mean, that goes for any community, really, honestly. But yeah, thank you guys so much for playing. I appreciate it. You have a lovely rest of your Tuesday.
Goodbye.
Bye. I never know what to say. It's always pretty awkward. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna end it here for the day, just a wee bit earlier. Wait, why are we searching? Wait, stop! Wait! Weird. I don't know why it auto-cued me. Panic. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty knackered today, so I'm gonna end it a wee bit earlier. I hope that's okay. Thank you for the self-care check, CJ. But even though I'm ending it here for today, if you could just stick around for a wee bit longer, I'd really appreciate it. Because as always, I like to go right out into someone. It makes their day. Seeing your faces and you get some channel points for doing so. I think we're gonna go say hello to Lilith today. Lilith is playing some Cult of the Lamb, and that is always pretty fun. So that's who we're gonna go and raid. Now, I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop a wee hello in the chat, ask them how their day is going. I'm sure they'd really appreciate it. Just please be on your best behavior regardless, okay? Tomorrow I have every intention of streaming. I think we might be doing Wife Wednesday. We will see. If anything changes, I'll let you know ahead of time in the Discord. But thank you so much for coming along today. I really appreciate that. I'm not honestly the keenest on streaming Overwatch because I'm very aware of my ability, but I appreciate you guys being good sports about that regardless. Thank you to my chatters, thank you to my lurkers, thank you to anyone that stopped by in the raid today and decided to give me a chance. I appreciate it a lot. It means the absolute world to me, so thank you for that. Enjoy your winton. Yeah, that's it for me. You guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Okay? Alright. Goodbye.